Yo, what's up, what's up? Okay, second stream this week because unfortunately I couldn't stream yesterday. But we're just gonna jump right into it. Yo, what's up, Diggy and Derek? Hope you two had a wonderful day yesterday, even though my stream wasn't available. Okay, so we're in the middle of creating. I named this issue Playable Entity Controls. It wasn't a very good name. It's an okay name, but since then we have renamed it Action Visualizer, which is also an okay name, but it's not great. So this one, it's a lot of focus on the visualization of the action. Action Visualizer. Yeah, this might actually be... There's nothing in this name that implies UI or something like that. So the name is not set in stone just yet. We're probably gonna change it a lot. But let's change this issue so the name reflects what we currently have in our files. And let's write some proper text here instead of these notes, the first thing today. And hopefully we can manage to actually complete this task today. I think that's highly possible. I guess it depends on it depends on how much other stuff I do that's not related to this, but we'll see. But we started this one on, what was it, last Friday, right? And I'm gonna hope that we can finish it today, but we'll see. Diggy, if there's no stream, I just go back to sleep. Oh. That sounds pretty nice, actually. Get that healing in place. Sleep is extremely important. Okay, so we're gonna name this one Action Visualizer. Something like that. And yeah, we're gonna name it example. And I'm gonna make, so the steps, action example, action visualizer related is bold. Something like that. Do you guys feel better? Nice to hear, nice to hear. I tried to stop taking ibuprofen, but I guess I still need some here and there. Like, as long as it's only ibuprofen, I don't know the English pronunciation of it, but as long as it's only that one, I guess it's okay, right? I still don't want to overdo it. But I mean, it could be way worse. So, show show action instantiation, or show button for action instantiation. So when we're focusing something and we see a pop-up like E to pick up, that's what we're talking about here, and that is going to be the work for action visualize, right? Ling Ling, what's up, goat? You make me blush. How are creatures creaturing today? They're really not creaturing just yet, but very soon they're gonna be creaturing very good. So it's just a playable character that is playable character today. How about you? How are you doing? And then we also have player presses button, instantiate action, hide something like that. And then we do disable something like that. Ling Ling, I'm doing good, man. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Just got settled in our new studio with my girlfriend. Oh, nice. Oh, always an amazing feeling, right? Getting settled in a new home. Diggy, I think it was making me tired. Could be, probably. But I guess, like, when the... I guess when you have like when the body is recuperating like that, or healing, there's a lot of reasons to be tired, I guess. And the medicine being one, definitely. Ling Ling, one shitty thing, I was building some functionality for my website, but it needs to send a list of data containing a list of images, so nested, and my language does not natively support unpacking it into an object. That's not too shitty. What language are you working with? It's been a while since I've been sending things over the wire, so to speak. But I remember proto-buffers. Like, proto-buffers is something I really enjoyed working with. Back then. I guess it's a third-party solution, but still. Proto-buffers in C++ was amazing. Ling, well, I'm lying. My framework doesn't support it, and I do not feel like manually translating the abomination. I get that. And then we have process action, show action specific UI buttons. So that's, for instance, for place, we want to show how to rotate, how to rotate. Do we have anything other than rotate for place? Maybe not. But for terraform, this would be, for instance, making the terraform area bigger, making it deeper, adding grass instead of terraforming the terrain, and so on and so on. Yo, what's up, GDs? I still remember GD when I said gods instead of GDs. I'm always making sure that I say GDs instead of God, or gods this time. GDs, man, scriptable objects are such a black hole of abstractions. Yeah, I guess you gotta appreciate abstractions. GDs nuts. I guess that works. But please, like GDs, I've worked a little with scriptable objects. My knowledge about them and experience with them doesn't go that deep. So please elaborate if you want. Like, in what way are they a black hole of abstractions? I thought that was a little bit a funny way of putting it. It sounds like the worst thing to work with. Finalization. Why can't I spell this word? Finalization. Not final destination, but finalization. Finalization. Play process action finalization button. Okay. Finalize action, hide action specific UI buttons. Enable newly enabled, or show newly enabled action UI buttons, something like this. Fuck, making the text bold doesn't really... it's hard to see. Can we get this in color? SmackGDs, they say they're just data containers, but they can only hold certain types of data. What data can they not hold? Ling Ling, Final Destination, those motherfuckers got me to never drive behind no log. Same here, actually. Fuck, that's pretty universal, it feels like. Holy shit, I think I only saw... I've only seen one Final Destination movie, and I don't remember exactly which one it is. I don't know, there's like 10 of them right these days. But I think that log scene was included in the one I saw. I've definitely seen it, maybe on YouTube or somewhere else, back in the day. GDs, then there's the data binding. You expect it to work in all cases, but then it doesn't. You ask the AI and it says, this is one of those Unity gotchas, and it seems every other thing is a Unity gotcha. Yeah, I would expect it to pretty much be able to hold any serializable data. Mm, Fuck, it feels like I'm gonna run into these problems in the close future, in the near future. Let's see here. Coloring text in a GitHub format. You can do text in red and text in green. Ooh, can we do... that's not... Oh yeah, we do it like this, maybe. And then you use code block, but I don't know about that. This isn't a code block, but if we would have 3 of these... Yeah, I don't want to do code block coloring, but something. I don't want to use LaTeX for this either. Can you do this? Okay. Fuck, you get it stylized as math as well, I think, which is a little bit weird. GDs, it can't serialize dictionaries. Oh, fuck yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's always the problem with dictionaries, that's true. Dictionaries. Oh well, let's go with this LaTeX thing for now, I guess. Is it weird? We need to do it after these, I think. And then we do, oh, okay, yeah, and then we can't click spaces. Fuck. You know what? Fuck this. Let's just keep it bold for now. I think that will work. Okay, then we have this sorted out. Okay, so now the issue actually reflects what we have implemented so far. We're not using this one just yet, I don't think. We do have them here, action visualizers, none, focus action visualizer, Terraform action visualizer. And then we have generic action visualizer. I had an idea this Monday as well to make generic action visualizer, make it back into a base class. Instead of having this abstract class, we do this one as a virtual class. I don't want to forget that because I think that's a pretty good idea. But let's make this work first and see where we end up. Oh yeah, now I remember. Much like we did much like we have a brush visualizer. Where do we have it? Brush visualizer. We're gonna have like a placeable object visualizer as well. Terraform action visualizer object. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? I hate these two folders that gets generated by Visual Studio. Lately, I definitely need to look into that. Some bug shit. GDs, there's an easy fix for that. Have you gotten this as well? Because I've never seen it before. I would love to hear the easy fix. Appreciate it. Hell yeah, Cooler SK, the very, very kid. The very, very same. And the GDs, if you're gonna say switch to Rider, please don't. Or something similar. Let's move this one here. Yes, 2 weeks ago with an update to .NET extension VS Code. Yeah, I would love to hear how you got rid of it. What's up, C6? You're gonna have to join my Patreon to get access to those renders. Joking. I'm this close. I'm holding my fingers, my thumb and index finger, pointer finger, very close to each other right now. I'm like this close to actually just disable every auto update in VS Code, because this is like, for like 4 years, the auto updates have been very nice, no problems whatsoever. But 2 times in the last 2 months, started getting like problems every time something updates. Cooler Scrape premium content. Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? It's about damn time. Okay, so now we have a Terraform visualizer object here. Did it reset my reference? And there we have it again. Like, this is every time we add a new file or change a file or something like that, bin object. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna see what we can do about it. I want to see settings. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. Cooler SK, game isn't even out yet, but we're making premium content already. Todd would be proud. I guess it wouldn't be game-related premium content, but more game development process premium content, maybe. Smart GDs, yes, I think that's the one. Yeah, I hope so. Like, one quick Google, and if this fixes it, like, I should have just done it from the get-go. I think it's been like a week of getting these files generated every now and then. Fucking hell, sometimes I should just, if I get a problem, just fix it instantly. But you know, oh well. Terraform action visualizer object. Oh yeah, I wanted to check if it got dereferenced. No. Okay, like this, and then we had, so in place action visualizer, right now we create a place dummy like this. Yo, what's up, Scob? Over on YouTube, are you insane? What do you mean? Elaborate. Explain yourself. Smart GD's problem is it happens out of nowhere and you don't know if it's something you did or if it's the auto update. It's insane. 100%, I feel you. That's exactly my what I think. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people that if something goes wrong, I'll instantly jump blaming myself. I must have done something. Dig who isn't. Fair point. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. Aren't we all? So place action visualizer object is going to be an object that it's gonna mimic other objects. Right now we're mimicking it like this. It's pretty rough. I think maybe we can possibly do it in a better way, but for now this is more than fine. But then again, maybe for place we don't need an additional object just yet. I think we can just I think I just want to do update place dummy position. But I don't think we want... I'm pretty sure we don't want to do it like this. We want to get the... we want to get the... oops. I wonder if we can just hack it a little bit by doing this. Place dummy transform position is equal to process place transform struct. So in each frame where the place action is processing, a place transform will be calculated. Every time the place transform is calculated, we want to take it, we want to grab it, grab that place transform, and then we want to reposition the place dummy in place action visualizer according to the place transform. Place transform is very specific to actions of type place. And just like we do here, we can listen to different things on the place action, but it's not on the place action, but actually it's base class. So in this method, we can't use place action specific stuff, only generic action stuff. We have on point change, on process change, on ready change, and on target change. Every time the point changes, we're definitely going to recalculate a... Well, let's see. It's like this. Every time the... I wonder how important this is. Maybe actually we might be focusing something that is moving. But anyway, in every frame we're recalculating the place transform. And if we just listen to onPoint change, we might get a mismatch. Like sometimes we update the place transform, but we don't have a change in the pointer, so we don't update the and we don't update the visual placeable object. So the better option would probably be to do something very similar to what we do with the Terraform action visualizer and have a monobehavior object that listens and updates every frame. One sec. I mean, it's not a bad solution. So place action visualizer, maybe. I'm a little bit worried about if we have a mesh render on the parent object. Ah, yeah. We're gonna create it here. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Right. So we just add to this one, to the copy, we add. Yeah, let's try something like this. And this one, I want to be mono behavior, yes, something like that. Which makes me think about this one is in update. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want to do this one in late update. Because that's what we're gonna utilize the most here. So let's see, create interactable place dummy. Yo, what's up, Indy? I think I still want to do this recursive, but I want to do it a little bit cleaner. I want to split it up, sorta. Or actually, now I'm just gonna name. Now we have placement layers. Well, yeah. Do I just want to rename this one original, maybe? Good morning, Geralt. Good morning, good morning. Okay, so this one create renderable copy. We just take a game object, go through the base and all of its children, and we copy all of the objects, or make a copy of all the game objects, and for the ones that has a mesh renderer or a mesh filter, or yeah, or both, we take those and we copy them to the new object. But this time around, I also want to do game object, or actually, I think we're gonna do it like, can we do it like this? Original.add component. Yeah, it actually returns the component. So let's just do this. Return original, return create renderable copy, original.add component, place action visualizer. Can we do it like this? Place action visualizer object. And then we want this one too. makes me renderer. Fuck, we should just get this one down here actually. Highlight game object. Because I mean, we do it with all renders here though. We could just do it here, I think. I'm wondering. I want to be able to quickly shift between, so last time we visualized the placement, or in the old system, we were testing with two different ways of visualizing it. So in one version we highlight the object we're placing in the hand of the character, in the other alternative we highlight the object we're actually placing out in the world. I want to be able to switch between those two real quick. And I mean, yeah, taking this one and adding it to here would be nice, because then we don't do an additional loop through all of the mesh render stuff. But do we have a renderer extension? I think we have. Where do we have it? MISC extension, render Q range extension. I'm wondering if we're just going to do some static methods for this actually. Because whatever we're doing here, we're going to use this a lot. Maybe not this though. Input handler, input handler, input handler. Do I want to create a render handler? Add an additional singleton. Yeah, I think so. Concerning the render singleton, I'm just gonna add that as a maybe. Thoughts? Yeah. Maybe have a render handler singleton. And put render extension or whatever it was called. But for now, I think we can do something nice here in highlight game object. We're gonna add some. If we take a look at this one, highlight game object, we want to highlight it and then we hide the object. Highlight render queue. I think I want to do this highlighter. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. I want to implement a method or highlight game object, highlight, and we're gonna have bool render. Beautiful. And then we're gonna have shadow casting mode is equal to, and here we do render. Depends on if we highlight an object that is... That's true. We're gonna do like this. Shadow casting mode off. Makes me want to do these inside of the for loop. But I don't know, it looks a little bit shit if we do render shadow casting mode is equal to, and here we do render. If render is true, then we set the shadow casting mode to be whatever it currently is. But then we might as well do this. Yo, what's up, Spires? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. You too. So if we don't render, Then we do renderer, shadow casting mode. But we need to remember what we had previously. That's what sucks. GDs, how's highlighting supposed to work? Can you explain the whole process, starting with mouse input? I can show you. I can show you soon. We've gone through this a while back. It's just that I want to restructure it a little bit now. So hopefully I can show it. Maybe not. I can show something. Just give me a sec. I'm still worried about. Fuck it. We can do it like this. And if we run into problem in the future, we can fix it here. I'm just gonna put a note here as well. So we do shadow casting mode is equal to render. If we render, we set it to on, I guess. Otherwise off. And then we have the render queue as well. But something you need to remember is that this is extremely rough right now. We might not have... It's extremely rough. The renderer itself might have multiple materials. We don't have that case right now, but it could have. And the shadow casting mode could be very situational. So we need to keep some sort of history here, don't we? Let's do this. Let's play. Let's see if I can visualize this real quick. Place action visualizer. Few issues. So the highlight in question is, so for now it's just going to be, or we're going to have a few different highlight types, so to speak, but so this is the most default one. When we just hover above something, we highlight it. Pretty straightforward. But then we have specific highlights. So when we pick this one up and we want to place this one somewhere, we start placing. And now we want to show a marker where we are going to place this object. And the marker is going to be this highlight around the object, the white highlight here, but only the white highlight. So you have one highlight type where you just add a white border around the object. You have another highlight type where you add a white border around the object and don't render the original object. And if we're going to do these two, we might as well also have one option where we don't render the white border around the object and we don't render the object itself. So that's what we're looking at here. In fact, we do default render mask here as well. Like, we can't assume that everything we send in here has this exact render mask. Like, what I'm afraid of is that we're sending in an object here that has shadow casting mode two-sided, and then we put it to off because we don't want to render it, and then when we want to flip it back, we don't set it to two-sided, we just set it to on. So we need to have some like history here or memory, unfortunately. If we want to do it like this. You know what? Isn't this an overcomplicated way of doing this? Can't we just... Nah, we can't. Because we still want to render it because we want to use it for our highlight, but otherwise we could like disable the renderer component. But yeah, then again, we want to render it here, so that won't work. Unfortunately. I would want to go about if we want to temporarily change shadow casting mode on the object and all of its children, and then we want to be able to switch back. Actually, now when I think about it, don't we have don't we have on post render? What the fuck? Can't we just... I guess we could use that one. But then we need to do it every frame. Could also have a separate coroutine for each highlighted object and revert it after the change. You know what? We're gonna do it like this. This is something I can think about while trying to sleep or something like that. So we're gonna add it as a to-do. Make it possible to revert to a non-standard setup. We're gonna do it like that, and then we are gonna do shadow casting mode, render, if so on, otherwise off, and then we're gonna do render queue. Renderer material, I don't even know what that is. A uint maybe? Render queue int. But then again, the nice thing with doing this one within the place action visualizer object is that the object itself is temporary. So when we're done with it, we just destroy it. And then we don't need to handle special cases. So maybe I'm a bit too optimistic about highlighter by including this functionality in highlight game object. Definitely seems that way. Well, here's another thing I'm thinking about. More? No, never mind. Fucking hell. So, when we take an object and we try to place it, I want to have the options to, so the character is going to hold the object we're going to place, or a copy of it. Or as soon as we start the place process, we're going to have two objects to worry about. The place preview, so where the object is going to be placed and how it looks, and the object representation we're holding. So as soon as we start the place process, we have two objects, the place preview object and the hold object. And I want to be able to switch between two, because I haven't really decided yet if I want the place preview object to be highlighted but not rendered, or if I want the hold object to be highlighted but not rendered. So interactable placeable, start interaction and cancel interaction. Enable rigid body, enable colliders. We are gonna add a, where do we have it? Entity. Enable rigid body, enable colliders. Do we have something? Enable renderers. Beautiful. We have enable renderers here. Do we use this one? Was it in a... Yeah, we probably use it previously. So when we start doing interactable place, then we want to do base host dot enable renderers false. Okay, so now we don't render the object we're gonna place anymore. Now it's pretty much invisible. So when we... You know what? This works beautifully if we think about this action for the playable entity. But if it's for an animate entity, so non-playable entity, then we still want to show the object, right? Because then we're not... So what I thought was that we hide the object, and then in place action visualizer, we create two place action visualizer objects, one being held and one being placed. And that's a nice idea. But for... But we don't want to call... We don't want to call this one and this one when a non-playable entity holds it. I guess I don't know how much of an override it becomes if we, in Action Place Visualizer, when we create the copies here, we go through the original and disable the renderers. Host is public. It's protected. Yeah. So this one is gonna have to tell whatever we're trying to place that we don't want to render it. Fuck, I want to do place action dot target dot host, or yeah, target. That's the entity. Place action target dot host would be amazing. Fuck, we have host here. Is this a bad idea? Maybe it's not too bad, actually. Oops. I hate when we go back and change public the visibility here. Maybe it's not too bad, because then we could do So in enable, what we do is instantiate visual feedback. Okay. So in place action visualizer, what we do here is we do place action dot target dot host. Thought we had it now. One sec. Yes, of course. This one can still be protected. We have the target. Already have the target entity, that is. So place action dot target dot enable renderers false. Disable true. So the first thing we do when we want to visualize a place action for the player is to disable the renderers of the object we're actually trying to place. Or actually, it's going to be the last thing, because before we do that, we want to create some dummies, right? So we're going to have a place dummy, or we're going to call it place visualizer object and hold visualizer object. And these are actually going to be place action visualizer object. Okay. So when we create one of these, we send in the original object, but we also send in bool highlight. Bool render. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning. And we want to send in the same setup here. Highlight bool render. Okay, the highlight, it's just this highlight game object. We just set the layer mask to be this. So I'm just gonna take this and create renderable copy. So before we do anything here, we do the setup. So if highlight is true, we do default highlight render mask. Otherwise default render mask only. And that's our layer mask. So for all rendering layer mask, we want to change it, right? So you know what? Since we're doing this in a recursive fashion, we might as well render. We might as well do this. Let's see here. Here we have the mesh renderer. Copy mesh renderer. We add a component. Now we copy the material. We will do copy mesh renderer dot layer mask. Rendering layer mask is equal to, and here we just do highlight. And we take these two and we put them here. So that's that one. So that's the highlight setup. If highlight is true here, this is how we highlight it. And then I also want to do render. We don't want to do it here anymore. And render it is shadow casting mode and render Q. We're gonna do copy mesh renderer. You know what? We're gonna do it like this. If render or not render, doesn't it become clearer if we do? Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? If highlight fuck this one we want to do later on. Copy mesh render material, copy material. Yes, of course. So we want to do these two. First we instantiate it, then we copy the material, and when that is done, we do these two. So if we highlight, we set the rendering layer mask, and then if we don't want to render it, we don't render it. We don't need to do anything with mesh filter, I don't think. And then we do the same, create renderable copy. So we just go down. And then we return the copy. And the last thing we do is we do place action visualizer object here. Okay. So now I think we rendered them. Okay. Update place dummy position, we're going to wait with that one, or we're going to remove that one. Enable, yes. So before we do this and this, so here we want to do something. We want to do, I don't even know if, yeah, I think we want to keep these. Place visualizer object is equal to Place action visualizer object dot create. Makes me wanna do. We do it like that. You know what? Create. And the object we want to use here is place action dot target dot game object. And place, yeah, and here is, we want to add some settings here. Indy, do you guys, do you think jumping is from the ground to the highest point or from the ground to the highest point and back to the ground? Fucking great question. I think for me it's probably, I think we can look what I thought when I set it up. I think I have, for my game, that tells quite a lot. So I think I have animation jump upwards. I think my jump animation, the jump is just from the ground to the highest point, and then it becomes fall and then land. So I would go with A in that question, I think. But I wonder if, what would be the word for all of them then? So the jump, so from ground to highest point, and then the fall from the highest point down to the ground, and then land where you actually touch the ground and you handle the, like, do we have a word for all of those? Jump for land. Oh, okay, we I buy it. Let's go with it. I'm just thinking, like, if I like questions like this. If we have a scenario where a entity jumps off an edge into a infinite hole, so the character jumps off into the hole and then he or she falls for 1 year, like 1 year into the fall, would you still say that the entity is jumping or not? That would answer the question, I think. So the jump ends when the upwards force ends. When the upward force goes from positive to negative, that's when the jump ends. I think that's the definition I'm going to go with. Okay, so place visualizer object, create. Oh yeah, I wanted to add some settings here. Oh, and I want to add a header as well. Place. Yeah, whatever. Private bool. And we're gonna do something like this. I think we could actually do. I wonder if we can add highlight. Okay, highlight, place visualizer object, render, place visualizer object. Do I want to pack this in a struct or something like that? Just group the settings together. Maybe later. We'll see. Private bool highlight hold visualizer object and render hold visualizer object. So we're going to do it like this. So place visualizer object is equal to create place action target game object. And now we do this and this. And then we create something similar for hold. Like in this case, we could just copy this one, could we? It's going to be quite costly, I think, to highlight these like this. Also, or to create these, if we have an object that is controlled by physics, or that changes the appearance of it, depends on let's say this, we have a dynamic object that we run around with. We want to show, like when we start placing it, we don't want to freeze it. So if we're still rendering the object we're holding and it's a dynamic, let's say that it's an apple with a leaf on it. If we replace it with a dummy object like we're doing now, that means that the leaf is not going to be generated. So even though I love what we have been doing here so far, it won't work. We have some nice command here. Draw mesh, yeah. Or do we have... Like, I really thought this was a great way of doing it, creating two objects like this, but yeah. If we have a dynamic object... So let's just say that the whatever we're holding here see, is it this one that is dynamic or... Okay, this one. Let's say that we have this one. It has some physics calculations on it. It reacts to forces when moving and stuff like that. If we were to place this object, i.e. we were to replace whatever we're holding here with a dummy that we just render with an outline or something like that, then we no longer have this dynamic effect on it, because the dummy doesn't have the same setup. For this one, it would definitely work because it's static. And I mean, it's so simple. Like, I'm pretty sure that when we place this one, when we start placing it, I want to still visualize this one as is, and I want to show a outline only object wherever I'm going to place it. And that would be simple. We just keep this object as is. We create a placement dummy, because that one doesn't need to be animated when we just render the outline of it. But then I also want to make a short and get some feedback on if the opposite is the better visual feedback to the player, i.e. having just an outline here around the object we're placing and showing the full object here. I think it definitely looks a little bit cooler, maybe. Okay, so before I clean this up and go with another approach for this one, I just need to run and make myself a new cup of coffee. So be right back a couple of minutes. You know what? I think we are gonna go with this solution we have here, and this is gonna be another thing. Place action visualizer, another to do. You know what? I'm actually gonna put this one as a issue I'm gonna create after the stream. Make place action visualizer work with more dynamic objects. I think the best example I can have is if we pick up a creature that moves around while we're holding it, and then when we're gonna place it, we still want it to move around and stuff like that in when the entity is holding it. And that won't work with when we create copies like this. Not with this, exactly this implementation, but yeah. Okay, so now we have place visualizer object and hold visualizer object, and then we want to do so place, we have a late update here. For the one we're placing, so depending on the setup of these, you know what? I think we're going to simplify this one as well. What do I want to... That's what we're going to do. The last thing I want to do now is that For this one, for hold visualizer object, we just want to put it target entity here. We just want to mimic the transforms of this one and the parent as well. I think we can easily do that, but then we're gonna have to update the position of this one. I think we're gonna do it like this for now. Isn't it? IEnumerable. No. There we go. Yeah. Um, the thing is, yeah, here we're gonna do a nice lerp eventually. So in place action, or in placeable actually, we calculate a place transform each frame. Or we actually do it in, yeah, we calculate it here, but we keep it in place. So we have this one, latest place transform. So this is the transform that we want our visualizer to have eventually, but we want to smooth it a bit. But so for this one, for hold, we're just going to do transform dot parent is equal to place action dot target dot parent dot transform dot parent. Hold visualize object transform dot position. And we just take the transform actually. Let's do this for now. And for place visualizer object, we do okay, let me just check this one real quick. I'm gonna see. The implementation that we had previously. Okay, so we had a update end transform, which is what we have here. Calculate place transform is what we call it now. And then we have update current transform, and that's just where we see here. Oh, yeah. And we stored it as points. That is true. Okay. So place transform position rotation altered. Do we use altered? I'm starting to think that we might just want to replace this one with a transform, honestly. Or Okay, so I don't know if this is the position, rotation. I don't know if these are the place transforms I want to go with. We get rotation from here. Base host, yeah, fuck that. We're gonna do place point. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing something like this instead. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like this. Base host. So we're gonna change the position of the host, and then we're gonna calculate something else. Place transform. I'm not too sure this is the correct term I want to use. fact, maybe it is actually. Let's see. It's an end. Okay, we're gonna do set position. Yeah. Okay, so the new place transform is going to be a vector 3 position, that's for sure. And it's gonna be a vector 3 normal. And then we're also gonna have we are gonna have a public float offset distance. I think. But a little bit worried. So basically we want to do something similar to as we did with the previous solution. Where we use move towards and rotate towards to like interpolate, make it look smooth when we try to place an object. I'm just wondering if okay, I get it. Place, transform, place, transform, place, transform. So here we are gonna have position, normal, and float offset, I think. Altered, I don't really care about. Mm. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave it like this. Place, transform, position, rotation. We're gonna do vector 3 normal and float offset. Okay, so when we calculate end transform here, we do all of this before we set these. We want to, like when we go back to the original ones, before we do that, we want to calculate some stuff or whatever we're going to return. So place transform is equal to, oh, we create it here. I don't care about that one anymore. Equal to new place transform. We want to send in position, normal, and offset. The position is just place point dot position. The normal is just place point dot normal. And the offset is, it's pretty much the offset distance I want to calculate. Let's see here, offset. We're gonna do it like this. So here we're gonna send in a vector 3 offset direction or offset vector. And then we want to recalculate that as just one value, basically. And we are going to do that by doing this. Yeah, I think so. And up here, when we create this one, the offset vector is going to be base.host get position minus, I think it's place point dot position. And there we have it. That's the place transform. Then we just reset the host. Like we alter the position and stuff like that for the host just to be able to do a proper sweep test. Then when we're done with all of these calculations, we revert it. This is basically the only backside of it, but we're gonna fix this one soon. I hope. Sorry, I have I have a hard time pronouncing that name, but what's up, Sexstar? Jesus, welcome back. Okay, so when we set this position, it's basically gonna be... one sec. Place transform. At the end of this one, we want to do a... Did I screw this up? Would it have been better to use... Still wondering about this one. Now, you know what? I think we're gonna do it like this. I might have screwed up. Let's go back. I'm having a, like, the thing is, I think we need this information to properly interpolate it, or interpolate it with controls eventually. But we also want to be able to get these real quick. So I guess that's... something like... So when we want to place it eventually, we do... rotation is equal to default multiplied with when we get the position. It's What's up, Eurohoto? Isn't AI good enough yet to do this kind of calculations? Maybe it will soon. I think we have the calculations in place. It could probably give you sort of the correct result depending on how good you ask it or prompt it. It's not the calculations that we're missing, it's just... like when and where we should do them, basically. Okay, let's do it like this for now. So in position here, we do place transform dot position plus place transform dot offset times place transform dot normal. And we want to spell this the correct way. hopefully I can show soon. So in each frame, we do some sweep testing. Like, we want to place an object at a point, and we do some sweep tests if it's possible, and if it's possible, how should we rotate it and position it. And we want to do that every time we just change the place point. But then eventually the player is going to say place it here, or the AI entity is going to say place it here, and that's when we call this one. That's pretty straightforward, and we had that in place just now. What we want to do now, however, is we want to render this every frame for the player. So it's just a question of what information is it best that we keep to make it as easy as possible for our visualizers to visualize this and lerp between old position and new position in a fancy way, pretty much. So in our visualizer object, when we have our routine here, while true, here we want to calculate, we'll do oops. Now I want to keep the protected first, so let's put it here. We do it in process. Oh, okay, we already have it. Latest place transform. Yeah, let's do it like this then. So that's our current one. So now we want to do the nice interpolation, and I think we're gonna do something like this. Current place transform is equal to new place transform. Do I want to implement lerping within those? Or should we just do it here? Let's see how it does it look. Interactable place transform. Could we do... Can we use converge towards here? Or is that weird? We have two place transforms. We want to take one of them and move it towards the second one and return whatever we get. Sorta lerp, I guess. Maybe. Public static place transform lerp. It's not a lerp because we don't want to send in a T. We want to send in... Fuck, it's something like place transform towards. Is that weird? Place transform towards, maybe. Oh, yeah. Little bit worried about this one. What do we want to do for this one? Where were I? Here. So something like that. So current place transform, and here we do game.actions.interactables.place transform towards current place transform to place action latest place transform, and then we have some values with delta rotation max and delta position max. In this coding logic, something that comes to you with time, like writing what you want the code to do and stuff, if that makes sense. I definitely think so, for sure. Okay. Yeah, I just need to define placement layer. Do we use this one? Yeah, we do. I'm a beginner and I'm having trouble with turning my logic into code. I guess if it's a problem of turning your logic into code, then it feels like you just need to like exercise the syntax and writing code, if you know what I mean. So if you have the logic, like if you can write it in pseudo code, then it seems to be only a problem of like translating it to the correct syntax for the language you're writing in. And if that's the case, then it's just only like write code, and eventually you will learn the syntax good enough to have some flow. But I guess like I still Google stuff when it comes to C#, and I've been programming in it for like 6 years or something like that. Okay, so we get the current place transform, and what we want to do with that one then is We want to rotate and position our fake object. So the place, this object, the object itself. So it should be as simple as, like, I don't think we're gonna finish this task today, but I definitely think we're gonna finish it tomorrow at least. But anyway, current place transform. Indy, well, honestly, it's also hard for me to build the logic in my head in the first place too. Same here, same here. I mean, you get better over time, or that's what I tell myself. You just have to keep like challenging yourself and experience. Yeah, definitely. As E-Dragon says, what's up, by the way? What I want to do here is I want interactable placeable. We have default and they are get. Okay, beautiful. An action place, target placeable. So I think, unfortunately, we're gonna have to need to do something like this. Current place transform. Actually, here I want to do something very similar to... Yeah, it's very similar to this one. And we're gonna alter this one. Let's just copy these, I guess. And then finally, we just do transform.position. So we could just do... Yeah, I just have to go through this and see what we have. So we have an like an action system that works great, and now we have a set of action visualizers as well, which we don't know yet if they work. But the latest one we implemented is place action visualizer. So we want to visualize something that is being placed. So for our playable action, we instantiate by linking the action. Some of these visualizers will have some visual feedback that we instantiate here. I know it feels a little bit weird that we don't instantiate anything here, but they are very context dependent. So we will see what happens. But anyway, during the setup of the playable entity, we link the actions to their visualizer. And then our action system for our playable entity runs its course, and first I still think I want to use this as a virtual class, but whatever. Let's say place. So the place action goes from available to ready, i.e. we can place whatever we are holding. And the player clicks the button for, or this one is supposed to show which button to click to start the placing process. We haven't gone there just yet, but let's say we have. And then the player clicks that button and the place action goes into like processing. So enable here. Which should be called from playable entity. So what we do then to visualize, so now the place action is processing, where the playable entity is trying to place something. So we create two objects or copies of whatever object we're going to place. One we call place visualizer object and one we call hold visualizer object. These are pretty much just a copy of the entity we're trying to place, but they only have the renderable components on them. Hold visualizer object, we just take this one and put it however we're holding the previous object. And for this one, we start visualize place action and we send in the action we're visualizing. It feels a little bit weird. and we disable the renderers of the object we're trying to place. And we do a lot of things in here. So, but the main idea is this one. So we start this coroutine, and what this one does, it pretty much only listens on the place action, and it takes the latest place transform we have. Interpolate between the latest and the current we had. And sets the rotation and the position of this one based on that result. Okay, I think we can make it work. We're just gonna have to restructure this a tiny bit. So initially when I wrote these, I think I thought that enable would be yeah, exactly. Enable is something we call when we when the underlying action goes from available to ready, and not when it goes from ready to processing. So maybe we should rewrite this and clarify it a bit. It makes so much sense for these to listen on this one, and then depending on what exactly what they're doing, these two. But this one and this one, the only problem I see with that one is, like, if we have multiple actions that fight over, so multiple actions with the same instantiate button, like which of the available actions do we put in that slot? Or, you know what? Let's see. So it's this one. I don't really want to bind multiple actions to the same input. And I want to avoid, so previously we had a specific class that solved this. Maybe that's the only option we have. I guess we could just queue them actually. How would I handle that? Like, best case scenario, an entity should never be able to, you should never be able to do multiple actions on it that occupies the same button slot, so to say. Hmm. I mean, these could speak to. I mean, we can have a signal in here to. We could have a signal here to. Maybe that's the easiest option. So, playable entity has. It has a set of action visualizers. This is where we define them. And then we have something like this, private dictionary game input, or is it just input definition? Game user interface action visualizer. Action visualizers by input, and then our action visualizers, they have a signal when their state changes. So something happens with this one right now, and we have a priority to each of these. So every time something happens to any of these, we go through each of these and handles it pretty much. But first of all, this one is going to have to be a list. Maybe we can do it like this. Because one, for instance, Terraform visualizer or control scheme has multiple input definitions. So one of these might exist for multiple of these. I think we're gonna have to do something similar like this. So when we return input definition here, for this one we return think it makes sense. So when the action we're listening to here goes from available to ready, this one changes state because the underlying action is now ready. Playable entity gets notified with this one. And we can then ask it, what input definitions do you currently occupy and what are the priorities? Processing is probably, if it's ready or processing is going to affect the priority as well. But then when we know that, we go through, for all input definitions it occupies, we go through this list and look so that it has if it's going to be available for that, and if it is, so pretty much if all the input definition it occupies has a higher priority than all of the currently set action visualizers, if so, that's our active control scheme. Yeah. We're pretty much gonna have to do something like that. Maybe a bit cleaner, however. Which means that we're gonna have multiple of these as well. Or that an action visualizer can have multiple of them. Yeah, I think this might be... It's probably not too bad of an idea. I think we're gonna commit to it. Hopefully we can manage to finish it tomorrow. So, action visualizer, and I'm gonna do my very, very best to figure out a better name for these before tomorrow as well. Action control scheme or something, but it's both control scheme and visualizer, that's true. And we're gonna make this into a virtual class because every action except for focus. I guess it actually is like an action controller, isn't it? Action handler, action controller. I'm wondering if I'm doing myself a disservice by trying to pack the communication layer between input handler and the action together with the visualization of the very same action. It feels right. It does, it does. Okay, so if we simplify this list, or if we put it into code, or what we need to do, so it's it's something like this. An action can we do it like this? Action dot state goes from available to ready. Oops. So the underlying action state goes from available to ready. That's pretty much what happens before this one. So what we want to do then is we want to do try bind pretty much this. We try to bind the input definition of the action visualizer. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Welcome back. I was sleeping this whole time. Nice. Hope it was enjoyable. I fucking wish I could have slept the whole time. Pretty tired today, but I'm also a little bit hyped that unfortunately we won't be able to finish it today, but I'm pretty sure we will be able to finish it tomorrow. But anyway, I want to specify this in such a clear fashion that it will be pretty much straightforward tomorrow to implement this. It's like this currently. We have all the puzzle pieces implemented. Now we just have to put them together, pretty much. This one is also indeed, at least you did some good work. Indeed. Try bind action visualizer input definition. This one, we have pretty much assumed that this one will always succeed up until now. So if it fails, we just do nothing, pretty much. Or not disable visualizer, but we do nothing. But if it succeeds, show action visualizer we have called it button map item here, but it's gonna be toggle button maybe. Or we can call it invoker button. So currently that's this one. So the underlying action goes from available to ready. We try to bind it to input handler. So like here's a new input that should be available to the player. So we try to bind it. If we have something else on that input button that is currently bound, then we don't want to do anything. But if we don't, we bind it. So that input now results in this action happening. And if it successfully binds, we definitely want to show it. So like a change just happened. This action is now available if you click this button. If change, or if it's clicked, call is it start? Yeah. Which means that, yeah, after this one, action.state goes from state.ready to state.initializing. Try bind action visualizer additional, or we can go, this one should probably be named invoker input definition. And then we have or actually ready input. Start input definition. Or actually toggle input definition, toggle button. Because we toggle the action from on or off pretty much. And here, and then we want try bind action visualizer process input definitions. And here's something interesting, I think. If bind fails, in this case, so this is pretty much in our underlying action system, we have an action that goes from ready to processing. And in the action system that works, like all of the dependencies are fulfilled and so on, but we don't have any free buttons on the controller, all of the buttons, or some of the buttons that are needed for this newly processing action, they are occupied by other actions that has a higher priority. So if that happens, like, do we want to, when we do try bind here, do we maybe want to check here if, okay, we want to bind this ready button, this toggle button. If that is possible, do we want to double check so that all of these are possible as well? So that we know, yeah, maybe. So if we have an action that is processing currently that occupies the same button space as Terraform, for instance, and Terraform is ready, then maybe we shouldn't show it to the player, actually. Maybe we shouldn't bind it. Fuck yeah. But I'm gonna add it as a note for me tomorrow, because I gotta run now. Maybe check process input definitions here as well. Okay, we're gonna leave it like this for now. Example 2 is pretty much this one, but more in pseudocode, I guess. Or one step more towards real code. But we're gonna continue with this one tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure we can finish this task tomorrow, because as I said, we just need to connect the pieces pretty much. But I'm optimistic about this one, so thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Peace.